Welcome. Welcome to another Dead by Daylight creation reviews. We're gonna do something we haven't done in a while. We're actually gonna jump on and play, well, Dead by Daylight. There's a new event and things like that out, and I really ain't played it or anything. I haven't played since the artist came out, because I've been busy with work and a mild amount of construction work, but not that much, and things like that. Also, Splinter Cell's been coming up, but I mean, I'm on the last mission in Splinter Cell, so I'll probably complete that later on in the day, maybe after I get done streaming everything else. So it could be this afternoon, could be this evening, I don't know. But I'm going to start with the review. Well, here's the docket. Start with Dead by Daylight reviews. Go straight to Dead by Daylight. From there, either dual stream Rocket League or Sideswipe or something like that. I may or may not do Rocket League today, depending on, how things go previously. And if I don't do any of those, Splinter Cell will be put on hold. If I do, Splinter Cell will be after I get done streaming everything else. So, there you go. Dead by Daylight, I plan to do a killer run, only one ghost-faced run. Just so you can see the killer side of whatever this event is. And then survivor-wise, I might do 1 or 2 games, depending on whether or not I can get a snowman out the door. So, depending on map, etc., etc. I mean, you'd assume that they only have 1 map since snowmen are involved, so I don't know. Either way, let's jump on in. Let's see what's up. Welcome. And there's no point in doing a sound check. I can, however, go ahead and change the title. I mean, you'd assume that they only have 1. Nice sound. Should have changed this when I was going over the docket, huh? After I finish that last mission of Splinter Cell, I'm probably going to immediately... No, well, I may or may not immediately head right into Double Agent. I mean, the first mission in Double Agent doesn't generally take that long. You just gotta do crap. So... I don't know. Those of you that watch the Splinter Cell streams, remember when Lambert said to leave those pilots to basically rot and die? Just remember, all the actions that I make, Double Agent's based off that same premise of, if it's for the greater good, let's let people die. Those of you that know what I'm talking about, I'm doing that for the first option of the game, on the first mission, and for the last option of the game. So, I mean, there's not going to be any if, ands, or buts. I'm going to go straight canon from story. And, yeah. Well, not straight canon, but as close to canon as I want to do, but I'm going to stick to Lambert's, warpath. Of where, like I said, greater good always triumphs over, people's lives. Either way, DBD reviews / DBD gameplay. And after I get done with the DVD gameplay, I'll be ending this YouTube exclusive stream. And I might pop back on and do other things. I mean, it'll still be same channel. It'll still go through YouTube. It's just I'm incorporating Twitch into the mix using Streamlabs, and I'll just be dual streaming as opposed to anything like that. This is YouTube exclusive because I am going over creations and concepts, and if people want to leave me any type of chat or feedback or anything like that, you can just go ahead and leave it, and I check this generally after I'm finished with the concept, sometimes in between, depending on how things go, and all your chat for the most part will appear here, and we can just chat as we go. That's why I like leaving the actual thing that can require some type of discussion to where I can see chat. When I'm using Streamlabs, I cannot see chat when I'm running Streamlabs, so there's also that. But anyways, the Ink Demon, legendary cosmetic idea. That is just bendy. That's literally just bendy. Also, even though she's called the artist, she's called the artist because she does art. She's not called the artist because she's made of ink. That is a common misconception. She's actually not made of ink. Which I think somebody here, let's see. They think they should make, I mean, a lot of people would love to have Bendy and Dead by Daylight, but that's one of those, how do I put it? Bendy is part of an indie game, an indie development team, you know, things like that. I mean, technically you could say Dead by Daylight is, but it's become a AAA game over time. Dead by Daylight's been around for a long time. It's wildly known. It's essentially AAA. Bendy, on the other hand, isn't really AAA. They've kept it in the indie. So, contractual wise, if they was to go for a contract to use Bendy, they're going to be paying the Bendy people a significantly less amount of money than, say, for Michael Myers and Pyramid Head and things like that. And, well, the creators of Bendy might be cool and say, yeah, sure, use our concept. We don't care how much you pay us. Or, them being a business and everything's based on capitalism, be like, you know, no, you're going to pay me the same amount of money as you're paying everybody else to use our concept. Because at the end of the day, you're using our idea in your game. And that's where things are going to get kind of meh. People see Michael Myers and Freddy and they think, oh, I've seen the movies and, you know, I know about this and all of this other stuff. And you get excited because these are, you know, your childhood killers. You're able to play them. That's why, you know, like Friday the 13th was good with Jason Voorhees as it first came out. Things were, you know, going along that, and they keep pulling, you know, interesting killers that are widely renowned and have been established in horror movie lore to where the general public would know more about them. The only people that know about Bendy for the most part is anybody that plays games or a gamer. So you're not gonna really find the general population. You walk over to them and be like, "Hey, man, did you see that new Bendy game?" They're like, "Who the heck is Bendy?" You know, who is Bendy? Where are they from? All of that. And you're gonna say video games, and people that aren't in video games are gonna raise their hands and be like, "Oh, okay." Now, if you say something like, you know, Michael Myers or Freddy, you'll have more people that aren't necessarily into games and things like that, to where it's just a specific niche. Because horror itself goes throughout everything from art movies, the video games, everything. You've seen the movies when you were kids, anytime Halloween comes, you see, marathons and things like that of those particular movies being played. They're mainstream, I guess is the word I want to use here. People use those names to attract other people in and to have them, increase their views and things like that. Bendy hasn't met that kind. Doesn't have that kind of publicity. Widely, video game wise, especially horror genre in video games, everybody generally knows what Bendy is, but outside of that, nobody really knows. So again, Bendy would be offered a significantly less amount of money than, unfortunately, Michael Myers or something like that is. So, yeah. And it comes down to it. It's money. Capitalism. It's going to be the big blocker here. It's tar, not ink on her. There's a lot of things on her, if you know what I mean. No, I'm just kidding. Licensed chapter ideas. So here's probably just a long list of... Yep. Leprechaun, Bendy, Walking Dead, FNAF games, Hello Neighbors, etc., etc. Wait, the son killed the daughter in Hello Neighbor? I don't remember that. So, here's a list. Walking Dead. You could probably only pull a survivor from The Walking Dead. A couple of people from The Walking Dead notable, but there's not really any killers that you can really pull. I didn't watch a lot of The Walking Dead. I know a little bit. The dude that straight up laid them in a line and started killing them. Maybe him, because he's kind of demented and things like that, and they were cannibals and all of that. The Governor, which is the season that I seen, and then I seen the beginning of that part. With the missing eye patch, he would not be a very good Dead by Daylight killer. Not at all. But the other guy with the spiked bat that was bashing brains in and things like that, that would probably be who they would have to pull as a villain, unless something else notable has happened. And it's not that great when you compare him to, other things. You could argue that the Trickster didn't necessarily have a place there, but when you think about how popular K-pop and anime and things like that are, then you could easily slide him in there and incorporate him. Don't get me wrong, Rockin' Dead is, great and it's widely renowned and things like that, but the survivor side would be pumped more than the killer side. There's nobody I could say, like, man, this would be an amazing killer and should be in Dead by Daylight. But survivor-wise, I'm like, okay, you have your lineup of people. Some being the obvious ones that everybody sees in multiple games already. And some are kind of grabs. But, that would be a interesting idea, survivor side. So, they used to implement 2 survivors per... 1 to 2 survivors per killer concept. Resident Evil, they implemented 3. Chris Redfield, Leon, and Jill. So, and then with the artist, they implemented 1. entire house right outside my door making noise. Every goddamn time, dude. I don't even remember what the hell I was saying. I don't know. I'm just gonna move to the next concept. I can't remember what I was saying. Nuclear concept, the vessel. And you know what the sad thing is? My mic has noise cancellation with the side that only allows sound to come in from one side. If that just shows you how obsessively loud they're being. They're being so loud that the sound that they're making is echoing throughout the house, echoing into my room, off the walls, and back into my mic, which is faced away from that door. If that gives you an idea of how extraordinarily loud they are being. So, only thing I can do is try to build like a cardboard wall, since I do have excess cardboard, and see if I can dim down the vibrations of, well, dumbasses. Inconsiderate dumbasses. One already interrupted me midstream to ask me if chicken wings were good. Like, this is the type of dumbass shit that I'm talking about. No, it was 100% what I'm doing. She even stopped and looked, and wouldn't stop until I acknowledged. It's like Jesus Christ when it comes down to things like this. Streams already scuff as is, don't need any extra help. Thank you very much. Just give me one moment. Try to double noise cancellation everything. And you can't say buy a more expensive mic, because this mic was very expensive. So it ain't the mic. Not the mic, friends. There's some more cardboard. Just give me one moment. Well, cardboard isn't the end all be all noise cancellation, but that's the best I'm gonna get. Alright, now let's try. Lethargic always puts his time in game, and this time when he finishes concept every time. Very weird. Vessel comes from Hollow Knight. Oh, you're pulling the vessel from Hollow Knight. Gotcha. Tear radius 24 meters, 4.4 tall, so he's going to be a range killer? Let's see. Successful, basic, that's blah blah blah. That's just setting up things that aren't really necessary. The basic hit animations and the mores and all of this will be determined by the Dead by Daylight crew. Behavior will do all the hits, they'll do all the mores, and all of that. You can include it to be like, you know, a complete chapter concept or something like that, but put them towards the end or something out of the way, because then it's just flavor text. All of that don't need to be there. And you went through and said all of these different things. You even said the hit animation, the Mori animation, the difficulty, and all of that, but you have no overview of your character. Without having that general overview of anything, you're missing something, you know? If you're gonna go detailed, go detailed. If you're not, then don't, you know? Leave all the extra crap out of here. The weapon can stay, but the difficulty, you really don't need. The basic hit animation, you don't need. Mori, you don't need. If you don't have a name, just use the vessel. Name the vessel. Leave it like that. Tear radius and speed, I'm assuming this is going to be a ranged killer. If it's not, then you need to keep it its same 32 and 4.6. And if it needs to be changed anywhere in the future, behavior will go through and do everything as is. You don't really need how tall the character or the killer is. All you need to do is just implement tall, and they'll get the basic idea. Because even if you do go through and explain all of this to make the actual killer design, they're going to have to look at a picture of the particular killer that you're talking about, or if there isn't a previous, template, they're going to have to design the killer. And you limiting them to 6'8" or something like that might not be where they want to incorporate that, They might just take the base template of, say, a tall killer like the Doctor, and then just change things, as they go. So, just keep in mind, you can add on the extra flavor text, but if somebody's going to go through and want to incorporate your idea in the game, they're not going to look at all of this extra stuff like that or anything like that. They're just going to look at the basics of everything. 24, 4.4, tall, weapon. None of this extra stuff's really going to be included. And I would keep flavor text and things like that essentially in a different section. So, again, stuff like that can be mentioned later on somewhere else in its own general section. You can change the fonts and all of that. If you want to keep it all together, change the fonts on anything that isn't important to like italicize or something like that, so somebody going through can tell the primary information from the secondary information. If you want to keep it all like that, just make this like italicized, all of this italicized. Anything, the name, any information that isn't relevant to the killer, make it different so somebody going through doesn't have to go through and read every single thing that isn't important. I've done enough of these to where I know that I can just go through, skim through, go. This is what I'm looking at. I go through, I go name, vessel, tear radius, and I skip through to find weapon. I see these, attack and Mori. I skip through, and then I go and look for power. Props, by the way, for putting your power first. You're missing an overview that should be right here in the place of the basic hit and Mori. Your overview should be here. It's the one thing that's missing, but I applaud you for putting power first, the crux of everything. So, you ain't gotta worry about it. You press the power key to release a short burst of infected goop. Upon contacting a survivor, the goop will make the survivor become radiant. Because this is a particular status effect or something like that, I would bolden this or something to show that it's significant, and then I would come down here right after it and define what Radiant does, as opposed to keeping it in this big conglomeration. When you're looking at powers, you just need to know general information like your tier system. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 1 on its own. Tier 1, whatever Tier 1 does, space. Tier 2, whatever Tier 2 does, space. Tier 3, whatever Tier 3 does, space, and so on and so forth. Separate this into where it's readable. Don't just lob everything together into one paragraph like that. It makes it extremely painful to read. And then afterwards, the same font that you made Radiant, you need to put Radiant down below, and you need to explain what that is. Or you can explain it right after Radiant. The survivor becomes Radiant, space. Underneath, write out what Radiant does, you know, in like an italicized or something like that, or a different type of font or bulletin style or something, and then go back into your main concept. There's multiple ways of incorporating this that is correct. I'm just giving you a suggestion. But the way this looks, I don't personally want to read this, but this is what I do. So I'm going to read it. And I'm going to try to interpret everything based off what I'm reading here. It is not very fun to look at. It's not eye candy, and it's not very cash money. So whatever Radiant means, the survivor becomes that, filling a meter. To progress a Radiant, so now it's some sort of status effect or something that a survivor gets that's progressive. That's all we know. To progress a Radiant survivor's meter past Tier 1 and to tier up between any tier, they must be hit again with a burst of infected goop. There is a short 5-second timer that prevents survivors from progressing up a tier while it lasts. It is shown on the power icon in the HUD. The effects of each tier are the following. Tier 1 survivors become Radiant. Radiant Tier 1 survivors become Radiant. Yes, but what does Radiant mean? You know? What does Radiant mean? If you would have described it a little bit in overview, maybe I could have been able to get something here. But no. And I'm not saying put the definition of Radiant in your overview. Don't do that. An overview just lets me know how you intend your killer, or the strengths and weaknesses of your killer, you know. This killer is designed to be a ranged killer. They are, let's say, a trapper overview, or a huntress overview, excuse me. This killer is designed to be a ranged killer. They throw hatchets to hit survivors at a distance, to cut off loops, etc., etc. There are supporting perks, if you even want to throw those in. You don't have to, but you know, with her supporting perks, and you don't list them. Don't say with her supporting perks and then list the perks. No, just say, and her supporting perks allows her to increase her pressure on survivors by making generators harder to do, or generators, I don't even remember what her things are. She has imperative operative, which is for basement. Thrill of the Hunt is essentially just there for blood points, and then Huntress's Lullaby. So with her perks, enables her to trying to incorporate basement. I guess secure basement hooks while giving you a fun alternative to running around and, you know, doing other killery things. I don't know. I didn't have time to think it through to come up with something. Just giving a sort of an example, all the way up to where I actually had to explain what her perks did, because I didn't design her, and I don't have anything formulated. So her supporting perks allow her to do efficiently, giving her her power. Her weakness comes into the fact that which could cause her to have a very slow end game, or a very slow start game, but her end game becomes more powerful as she hooks more survivors. Fill in the dots with your particular killer concept and what they do. And that's an extended overview. Basic overview is, Huntress is a ranged killer that throws hatchets, able to cut survivors off on loops or punish them for running in straight lines. Very simple, very straight to the point. So you get hit by the goop, makes you radiant, tier 1. Tier 2, or I'm going to assume the second time you get hit by the goop, you get the hindered status effects and mangled status effects. Tier 3, hindered effect is increased to minus 7% movement speed to a total of 10%. Then why not just make it 10%? There's no point in saying that it's increased to 7% or minus 7% movement speed. Why not just say tier 3 survivors movement speed is decreased to 10%? You're repeating yourself here. Even though I repeat myself a lot, you don't want to repeat yourself in words. You can cut that down. Radiant tier 4, incapacitated status effect. Tier 5, deep wound timer that lasts for 40 seconds. Upon ending, will revert back to tier 4. To free themselves from any effect, survivors can find dream nails and special chests around the trial. Upon use of a dream nail and a 4-second animation, the survivor will be fully cleared of the radiant effects and their meter will be put back to tier 0. Their meter will be put back to tier 0. I understand what you're trying to implicate there, but there's a better way to put that. You literally just say survivors' radiant meters will be reset. Dream nails do not respawn in their chest, of which a default of 6 will spawn. The auras of dream nail chest revealed the radiant survivors in white. See, that's something that I can't agree with. There's only 6. That's enough for every survivor to use a dream nail, and then half the survivors to use that. So the problem you're going to have is anybody that gets infected is going to probably go and pull up a chest, especially in like public test beta or anything like that. I mean, they're not going to know that minus 3% movement speed in mangled, which is the 50% heal speed for just the tier 1, is going to cause survivors to go for chest. And anytime they get that high, they're going to definitely, go and use that. If they manage to go to tier 3, they have to. You're at minus 10% movement speed. At tier 4, they can't even interact with anything. So once they get tier 4, they can't even interact with the special chest. So I'm pretty sure the incapacitated effect stops all actions like preparing gens, healing. It might allow chest opening. Now that I think about it. Incapacitated. No, it still allows you to access chests. But yeah, they can't work on gens. They can't sabotage hooks. They can't use items. They can't interact with other survivors. They can't cleanse totems. The only thing they can do is open exit gates, hatches, pallets, and lockers. And apparently chests, even though it's not listed here. So you can still access chests, but you can't do anything else. I'll remember that for the future. If it's not listed, I assume that it's allowed to happen. So at tier 4, you're forcing them because they literally can't do anything. You said there's 5 seconds in between gooping, so there's a 5-second cooldown before they can get gooped again. So, if you're chasing a survivor and you hit them, I guess you would stay with, well, no, because there's no point in even getting them 4 times with the goop. Because you should literally have downed them by then. So I guess my question becomes, once you fully down a survivor, does the goop effect go away? By definition, it doesn't. So what you generally could do is just goop survivor, slap survivor, goop survivor, slap survivor. And you could essentially get them to tier 4, slap them down, put them on a hook. As soon as they get off said hook, you really don't even have to worry about them because they have to then go and find one of the 6 chests, which that's going to take up time. Opening up the chest is going to take time. Then you have to spend, I think it said 5 seconds, 3 or 5 seconds, something like that, on the particular dream nail. I'm not going to look back through this again. Like I said, if all of this was separated, I could literally just go dream nail. It's going to take this long. I remember it's 4 seconds though. But dream nail, I could look down and go bam. The only way I'm going to find dream nails this way is if I click, go Control F, and type in a dream nail. And then go from there to find everything. That's a pain in the butt. Separate everything that's are different, separate it. Stop killing me like this. Nobody wants to read this. It's a pain to go through. Details are going to be missed putting it in one big paragraph like this. Nobody cares if you have to scroll down for 80 days to get to the bottom of this, or if you have to make a part 1 or part 2 on your concept. Because at the bottom, the only thing you have are add-ons. Add-ons, if you're running out of space that you can post on a particular page, which I don't even know if there is a limit, or if it is, it's a very high limit. Add-ons can be put into a specific post if you have a large amount of them. So all of this extra space can be this knocked out. We'd probably extend it down to here, and everything being explained and easy to read. So the obvious problems you're gonna have is, well, I guess it doesn't even say that it has a cooldown. I'm just assuming that the goop has a 5-second timer between uses. By literal definition, it doesn't. You can just keep gooping everywhere. back to back to back to back to back to back to back goopage. It's just there's 5 seconds in between that. So you're just going to run around machine gun gooping, and every 5 seconds they're going to be hit. There's no slowdown, there's no anything. The only speed reduction you have is the zero point 0.2 meters per second. Trash manner here. So, obviously, all of this needs to be condensed down and changed. Tier 1, survivors become radiant. Why, though? Why is your tier 1 just blatantly empty and you have 5 tiers? You can easily pop all of these down by making it to where survivors, when they are first hit, because what you have here is you have an empty tier 1 spot that you can use. Tier 2, you're giving them hindered and you're giving them mangled. Instead of giving them 2 different status effects here, why not separate that and make your tier 1 giving them the mangled status effect, tier 2 giving them some sort of hindered status effect, you know? Tier 3 getting rid of tier 3 completely. Tier 4, the incapacitated status effect can become the tier 5, and then the tier 5 be completely dropped. Pretty much drop this down to 3 tiers, as opposed to just having 5 that just has more and more scaling flavor text. What you've done is you've made yourself 5 different tiers, you stuck with it, and then you just had to feel the tiers out. So you just said, oh, well, I'm just gonna, you know, do this, do that, do that, and do that, and do this, and I need to put something here, so I'm just gonna jam something else here. So tier 1, leave them mangled. Tier 1 hitting them, oh, well, you're radiant now. It doesn't say what radiant does. Does radiant make you glow brighter or anything like that? You don't even explain what radiant is. I mean, I know what you're trying to implement when you say radiant because I've played Hollow Knight and all of that, but I'm going off the mindset of a neutral party that doesn't know anything about Hollow Knight. Explain to me what radiant is. Are you shining and glistening and all of that as you run around? Are you easier to spot? Are you, you know, what are you? How radiant as well. Again, the scaling that you have on this is kind of preposterous, and there's no type of timers or anything else associated with such a huge decrease in speed. Let's keep in mind, every 5 seconds you can apply another effect. So the first tier, bam, which is going to happen as the killer immediately rounds a corner and they find the survivor at a generator or something like that. Bam, they're instantly going to be in tier 1. 5 seconds later, so if the survivor runs and jumps a window, let's say, or drops a pallet or tries to run some sort of loop, that's when they're going to get hit with tier 2. If a survivor doesn't know how to play their loops right and everything like that, and they don't, you know, they get juked or they're sitting at the wrong spot to where a killer can get any type of ice lines on them as they're running loops, that's going to be the tier 3. Plus, you have to keep in mind that they're losing movement speed every time they get hit from tier 2 to tier 3. After you get tier 3, it's basically over. You're going to get tier 4 and tier 5. After you get hit with tier 3, there's no escaping. There's no anything. They hit you with tier 4, bam, and they 99% you at tier 4. Then they can either down you and just leave you slugged, and then move on to the next survivor. There's no even a point in hooking you at that point. They can if they want to, or, you know, whatever, But after 4, you can't do anything but open chest and heal yourself. So it's better for them if they make you go after this serum so you can get back in game. So that's 1 survivor knocked out for the duration that they're down, and if they can't get themselves back up, that's 2 survivors off gens that you now have to get him up and all of that other stuff. If they can get themselves off, that's a minimum of 1 survivor till he picks himself up, goes to a chest, opens a chest, uses the nail, and then finds a generator. You've essentially gotten roundabouts a minute, give or take 15 or so seconds, of 1 survivor off gen. During that time, you should have definitely already found and be in pursuit of another survivor, and possibly even at least got them tier 1. So that's why I'm saying this really doesn't matter if they're hooked or not. If you hook them, yes, you're forcing another survivor to save them if they don't have deliverance or anything like that, which is 2 survivors off of a generator, but that particular person that's already down makes so much goddamn noise that they can't even hear the door being knocked at right beside them. I'll be back. Christ. Alright. So yeah, if you hook 1 survivor, and let's say you're running barbecue and chili, to scale on to a 2nd survivor. Which if you're running barbecue and chili, you might as well run Devour Hope as well. And see if you can get that activation as well. Severely hindering survivors and incapacitating them makes running any type of hex perks actually easier. The problem I have is hinder or being hindered by base, with the exception of Nemesis and things like that. But hindered by base always has a timer associated with it. There are some exceptions, but keeping survivors at a minus 10% movement speed, that's 3 meters per second, by the way, isn't ethical. Especially if the only negative your killer is going to have is a 0.2 meters per second. It's not very ethical. And the only way they can get rid of it is to open up these chests, which they only have 6 of. So I would recommend going over your entire tier system, which I wouldn't mind helping you and giving you suggestions and things like that, but the way this conglomeration of mess is, I don't even want to try to pull it apart. But essentially, as soon as you get a survivor in the tier 2, they essentially have to look for a box, and they only have 6 of them. So do you run around with the ability of 50% reduction in healing speed, and being severely hindered for the entire trial, or do you go and you heal yourself? If you're hindered and you're moving at 3 meters per second at this tier 3 effect, 3 meters per second, and the killer's moving at 4.4, every second the killer is going to get 1.4 meters of speed on you. Most chases happen from very, very close. So you're going to have to leave gens extremely early, and just to escape. Not even to get, any type of distance on the killer, just to escape them. And if they see you, you're essentially done, because they're going to catch you very, very quickly here. And this is the problem we run into. With only 6 chests, anytime you hit the survivor and you get them to level 2, or tier 2, they can try to play through it. I mean, it's not that much of a decrease. Or, they would be at 3.6 meters per second, not 4. They'll be at 3.6 meters per second. And you would still get about a meter per second as room on them, not 1 point whatever. Kids are screaming. Math's off. Yeah. Survivors will be severely crippled at 3.6 meters per second most of the trial. The killer's at 4.4. So the only way to make this fair would be to decrease your particular killer's base speed down to around about Nurse's speed. Maybe slightly bit faster than Nurse's. But you would have to be at a base slower than survivors, because your entire methodology is slowing survivors down. So you either have to be same speed or a slower speed, because you want to keep that 0.4 meters per second above survivors in base speed. So when you get that 10% on top of them, taking them down to 3.6, you'll still have that 0.4 variance. So, at the bare minimum, you might want to drop 0.4 off of your base speed and make it the same as survivors, just 4 meters per second. Then as you goop them down, you get that 0.4 variance that you're looking for from base up here. And then you can run it like that. That way, if survivors go through all 6 of their chest spawns, which makes sense, they can still play the game with that minus 10% movement speed, and tier 3 isn't as devastating. It becomes regular killer and survivor game. Then it only becomes when they hit tier 4 is when they have to go for chests. Again, at tier 4, happen to look for chests, and there only being 6 of them, it's not as bad. Because, I mean, at bare minimum, you're looking at 20 seconds. Plus, chasing a survivor, looping, things like that, to get a survivor up to that far. So, I mean, if you do want to keep everything how it is, word for word, you need to decrease your base killer speed to give them that negative that keeps that 0.4 variance. As opposed to getting a 0.8 variance, because they'll be down at 3.6, and you getting a 0.8 when regular killers only get a 0.6 variance. So, if you do the basic math here, you can see why this speed needs to be decreased to 4 meters per second. And that's if you want to leave all of this the same. Deep wound timer needs to be increased to 60 seconds. Because you have to include that extra 20 seconds for breaking the particular chase. You have to give the survivor time to get away from the killer, or another person to come assist them, or anything like that. Regular deep wound timers are 60 seconds. Legions and other, like borrowed time and all of that are shortened for a reason. Your killer has no reason to use this deep wound timer except to just exacerbate the problem, to make the survivor go out and find the chest and do all of that and take the time to deep wound recover in the middle of that. You're just kind of dragging that out to give them some more things to do. So it's definitely 60-second timer. Please fix this just catastrophic paragraph you have laying here, which this was 5 days ago, so I don't even think it's even worth commenting on this and letting him know how to fix this, because again, he posts things rather regularly and everything he posts is generally super short. It's not very detailed. It doesn't say what it needs to say, and I end up saying the same thing on every single one of his posts, back to back to back to back. I say the same things every time. It's missing any type of overview. It's missing any type of, details that you actually need to know. And then they're usually just way too OP in some aspect and need to be hard nerfed. And instead of holding and putting out maybe one, maybe two different concepts, waiting for the community to give him feedback, fixing those two up, and then getting a better plan that looks a lot better, he just throws one out, 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 and every single one of them have the same base problem, which could have been already taken care of. This is like, what, his 4th post, I think, that I've came across. I've skipped 2, I'm pretty sure, because I was just like, no. It was just one huge conglomeration of things, and I think I've skipped 2 of his posts so far. You'll never know which ones. So I'm not going to go back and tell anybody no. But, yeah. He posts a lot of posts, just like this. They're very simple. And, yeah. It's not a template you want to follow. It's not. This is not a good template. Special ability, Soul Spell. Hitting survivors with basic attack fills up your soul gauge by 50% per hit. So 2 hits to fill up. When full, Soul Spell can be cast. Depending on what add-ons are used, Soul Spell will have varying effects. So not only are you decreasing survivors a whole bunch of other things, you're then going to add add-ons that does different things. The default function of Soul Spell is Focus, which after being cast will give you haste, plus 8% movement speed. So not only are you going to decrease survivor speed dramatically, you have the audacity to increase your movement speed. Well, during these 6 seconds, all survivors that were in your terror radius when focus began will suffer. Then you're going to give them the exposed status effect. Anybody that's in your terror radius. So you can literally severely cripple one survivor, down them, use a barbecue and chili, go over to the next survivor, activate your ability, they're now exposed, and you have an 8% boost of speed. You can go and immediately down that second survivor. Then you got one survivor on the hook, one survivor immediately downed, and you have 50% back on your charged ability. You hook that survivor, head back over to the first survivor, because generally another survivor is going to either be on their way, or, which you'll see barbecue and chili wise, and if nobody's on their way to that second survivor, then they're chilling around this survivor you just hooked. So you'll have information there as well. And if you're running any type of whispers or anything like that, that'll definitely help you in letting you know if there's another person going for that second survivor, so you don't even have to go all the way to them, saving you time. You find a third survivor, or you catch a survivor getting unhooked, you slap that guy, you now have your effect active. You can immediately activate that effect. Both of them are going to be exposed. If one has borrowed time or whatever, or if you hit the wrong one, you have a backup plan. Or you can save that down one, use the speed boost to catch up to the second one, or just down one and hook one and let the other one go. Doesn't matter. You'll then get another barbecue and chili activation. You can head across map to the other two, use that power, get an exposed and instant down on another survivor, which then charges your ability by 50% on the hit. So, I mean, you see the scaling and movement, all this. You don't even need any of this Light of Radiance power when you have Soul Spell. That's all you'll need is Soul Spell. Back to back to back to back power activations to get the exposed effect and then just to down survivors. So from here, you're crippling them and then limiting what they can do, and then here, you're overpowering this. This severely tilts the match in killer's favor. I mean, anybody that comes against your killer is going to immediately rage quit. They're going to just disconnect. You're not going to find games running this killer, because they know, I'm going to be running at a severely decreased speed most of the time. I'm not going to be able to do anything most of the time. And this guy can just come zooming in and one-tap me at any moment. We ain't even got to the perks, so let's see what happens here. No cost too great. Reveals the auras of dull totems to you. Allows you to destroy dull or rekindled totems. Upon a totem's destruction, every survivor suffers from the exposed status effect. What do you know? You can destroy a totems 2 times per match. Well, what do you know? On top of the power activation and all of that, now you can just stop at a totem on your way over to where the barbecue and chili effect activated. Knock out a totem, everybody's exposed, you then run over there, and you don't even have to activate your power till you down one survivor, activate your power, get the speed boost, follow the other survivor. Or you can hook them and get a barbecue and chili activation, doesn't matter. Scourge Hook of the Void. After being unhooked from a Scourge Hook, the unhooked survivor suffers from the blackout status effect. See my concept, the shade, for description for 20 seconds. Why should I have to go to another description, which I already know? I've looked at the shade concept before. I already know what it does, but why should I have to go to another concept of yours to find out what this perks does? This is the epitome of stupid. You release so many concepts in a long amount of time. This is what I'm talking about. If you just had the shade, and then you just had this, and then after this left a link to your first concept, okay, it's just a shameless plug. But you post so many posts all the time that are incomplete and are just downright scuff. Your posts are scuffer than my streams. That you don't think about what you're doing before you do it. Yeah, I now have to go back out into the menu and cycle through all of these lists of everything until I pull up your post. And the post was a little bit back, so it's going to be like 2 or 3 pages back of just searching for this concept. Then inside, I have to go through a jumbled mess of crap to find out what this particular status effect does. Then I have to come back to this particular creation again to compare that to know what that's supposed to be meaning. Stupid is as stupid does, Lieutenant Dan. No voice to cry, suffering. That makes no sense, but okay. No matter what, the auras of survivors can never be revealed to each other. Every time a survivor tries to read the aura of another survivor, every generator not being repaired will be regressing at 120% speed. So if any survivor is running a key, or more importantly, empathy, or anything like that, which, you know, you're forced to see an injured survivor. It's not even attempts to read. You're forced. Anytime you have an injured survivor, that's going to happen. Every generator not being repaired is going to regress. So you essentially have, when relevant, Ruin. A better Ruin, because it's at 120% speed as opposed to Ruins. Well, okay. Ruin says 200%, which makes it a 1 to 4. This is 120% speed. But I'm taking the regular base speed if being 100%. Then Ruin adds another 100% on top of that. Because if you kick it regularly and you're not running Ruin, the regression speed's 1 to 8. Ruin makes it 1 to 4. Running it like this on top of the regression speed will give you 1 to 3 point something. So that's why I'm saying it's better than Ruin. I just figured I would explain that, because if you go strictly by percents, it doesn't make sense. But if you go by what this is saying, then yeah. But this is very situational. I mean, Ruin is definitely the end-all be-all, because, you know, anytime. It's all map. Always to be regressing. All map. This is, you have to end your survivor, and somebody has to be running empathy, or some survivor has to be running some sort of other perk that can see other survivors. So some cases, you might not ever get any use out of this particular perk. Other cases, you will. Like Macho, for example, loves to run empathy. And when we play together, we'll be constantly affected by this. He loves to know the location of the killer at all times. Even though I kind of tried to explain to him that it doesn't matter where the killer is. If you know the killer's not on you, that's all the information you particularly need to know. If they come anywhere near you, you'll hear their terror radius. But I mean, he's also the guy that runs empathy and spine chill, so if that lets you know. You're getting way too many reads. You can see where the killer is and all of that while he's chasing somebody, and if a killer's coming after you, he has spine chill that activates, and I'm like, bruh, you're essentially wasting a slot 1 because you're having 2 aura read perks. If you're running spine chill, you don't need to know where the other injured survivors are and things like that. And he likes to play the altruistic type survivor, you know, the survivor that always leaves gens to go for heals, and he'll run across map and heal a survivor that's just escaped the chase and all of that. And I'm like, bro, gens. You know, gens, why are you leaving a gen that we're working on to go save a survivor who's just injured? Generally, survivors will run perks to heal themselves, or, you know, they'll find us. We don't need to find them. They need to find us if they're really in that desperate need of a heal. We need to keep pressuring gens. You know? Or if a survivor goes down, he'll run after that survivor for an unhook. You'll like, oh, I'll go get this. And it doesn't matter if he's nearby or if he's all the way across the map. He's on his way. And I'm just like, brother, I mean, I don't have to mention it, but we do lose the majority of games. What generally happens is I end up getting chased most of the matches while everybody else works on gens. And I end up dying and everybody else ends up escaping because I essentially sacrifice myself for the greater good of the team. It's generally how this ends up happening. So, you know, he'll go up in rank and all of that while being altruistic, but at my detriment. I don't particularly care about the rating system and things like that. Plus, it's easy to rank up in Dead by Daylight as a survivor. It's not that hard. But this was before the ranking system changed. Like I said, I ain't played ever since the artist. I mean, we played a little bit after the ranking system went through. Now when I play with them, I just make sure I do enough crap to where I'm going to pip up, regardless if I get sacrificed or not. After I get my little bit in, to where I know I'm good, then I don't mind being a sacrifice for the team. Yeah, I'm not double pipping, but you know, whatever. It's very easy to rank up in Dead by Daylight. So I just, do everything I need to do, and then I get to a chase with the killer. He does his altruistic thing. I get hooked, 3 hooks, I'm out. I pip up at the end of the day. They do whatever it is they want to do. I don't care. Back in the past, it was at my detriment. Now it's not. And if I haven't gotten all the points I needed, I won't jump into any type of chases, regardless if he leads them over to me or not, which just happens a lot. He'll run the killer straight over to me because he knows that I'll just run the killer and do whatever. So, you know, if I know I don't have enough points, I'll just hop in a locker and let him do his thing. It's on you, brother. Yeah, I don't think I need to go over all of these different add-ons and what they do. Yeah, I really don't. Also, passively fills your soul gauge at a rate of 1/3 every 10 seconds. Do I even have to say anything about how OP that is? So now you don't even have to hit survivors to get that exposed status effect. You can literally just hit a survivor and then wait 20 seconds and your soul gauge will fill up. Or just wait 30 seconds. So you can actually build an undetectable build. I wouldn't use like Insidious or anything like that because that makes you stand still. But I mean, if you use like Pyramid Headsman where he kicks a gen and then goes undetectable, or Tinker is good. Literally just wait till a Tinkerer thing happens, walk over to that generator while you're undetected, activate your ability, and now you have an exposed survivor sitting there and you have an increase of speed where you can instantly down. Again, another concept by Lethargic Saw. Some of his concepts I like, some of his concepts I hate. It is what it is, but at the end of the day, every concept that he's put out doesn't have enough information. They're very small concepts, very small, quick to the point, and then out concepts, as opposed to flushing them out and giving the greater detail you need. New survivor concept. I am interesting. I am going to take a break. I've been hello Galanonim. How's it going? Welcome to the stream as always. I'm going to take a quick, like, 5 to 7 minute break, and I will be right back. Like I said, my allergies have been acting up here recently. Plus, I gotta get water, go to the bathroom, etc., etc. So, just give me a moment. I'll be back. I'll, I guess, leave this at a slow scroll or something.
after that.
My mic hasn't been on this entire time. Are you kidding me? How long? No. How long? No. Empathy. No, dude! My mic ain't been on this entire time, so I'm gonna have to private this video, and everything I did was worthless for the day. I'm not gonna private it, I'm gonna name it something separate. And then unlist it, so you're gonna have to search for it if you wanna see it. My mic wasn't on. I didn't even toggle this, it does it on its own. Like if I'm right manually, or well, it happens if I walk away from my computer and don't make any sounds in the mic for, I don't know, I think it's like 30 seconds or something like that. It automatically mutes. I don't know if I can even turn that off. No, I can't even turn that off. But yeah, if I'm away and I take the short breaks that I usually take, or if I mute my mic and I don't make any type of microphone noise for a little bit of time, it automatically mutes itself. It's a security thing. I mean, I know if I'm running a live stream and I'm not speaking or anything like that, or you know, it keeps people from, you know, in the background noise and all the kinds of other things like that from being exposed. But I mean, heck, if I'm getting robbed and somebody comes in and tries to stab me or something, you know, I want that audio. You know what I'm saying? Somebody comes in and starts something, I want to be able to show the court exactly what was going on. Not, no, your mic was muted. Shame. If you want to see this, it's going to be unlisted. Long story short, 5-hour streams essentially going into the trash. I gotta rename this and everything, and yeah, I'm definitely just gonna jump straight to Splinter Cell now. I'm not doing Sideswipe or any of that. I'm finishing up Splinter Cell, and I may or may not start Double Agent depending on the mood I'm in after I do this last mission. I am going to go and stress eat or something like that. I don't know. I'm not. What I'm going to do, because of all of this that has happened, is I'm going to go and supplement my lifestyle. And then I'll be back with the remainder of Splinter Cell. Thanks for anybody that's stopping by. Mike was muted. I wasn't even aware of it. That sucks. See that button? You see that button? It popped up. A wild subscribe button has appeared. Click on it.